Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Zoe, stop playing with that. Why are you yawning? You're gonna make me yawn. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, everybody. Hold on just a minute, though. I decided to pull out a 5-hour energy because my brain is just... I'm on super low energy mode, and I don't know why. Like, I feel like I'm about to fall asleep, and I could have gone and fall asleep. But I wanted just to play this game some more. So let me just drink this delicious 5-hour energy. Oh, Jesus. It's a straight shot of caffeine. Alright, so we are back in the game. We're now on case 2. We finished case 1, a super long case 1, yesterday. So now we can go to case 2. And it's going just right into it. Okay. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Sholmes?
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Huh, okay. That's an interesting introductory start. And now we're starting on a boat? Steamboat?
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
What the hell?
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
The hell is this man? Who is this man? Hi, Bomb.
And what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
Oh, hey, it's the undercover,
consultant
undercover
detective,
dude.
the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume
Sherlock
you must have heard
Sholmes.
of me.
I'm gonna call him Sherlock still, probably, but okay. Ugh, my head is throbbing. Same, man. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Ooh, it's so bright. What am I in a fucking escape room? Wait, I can't move. Wow. Ugh, what the? Why am I in wait a minute, is this the second time he's in the wrong place at wrong time? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. We found you, and now you pay. Criminal. How long you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Ugh, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Seriously, what is it with... Ryo Nasuki is by far the most unluckiest man I have ever had the grace of knowing now. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, Hi, Zoe. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Man, nobody ever believes him. But Miss Susato. Even more unlucky than Maya? Shit, man. I feel like Ryo Nasuki's bad luck rubbed off on Maya's entire bloodline. And his was just the start of the curse. Or something. It's like he's cursed. Someone cursed him. Wait, what did you say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. What? Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? What the fuck happened in the interior? Also, how are we on a ship? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. Yep. No! Seriously, Ryo, you have the worst fucking luck ever. I don't know another man who is more unlucky than you are right now. Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor, I thought I was gonna die. You were smuggled inside a goddamn case? Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. This confirms it. This confirms it by itself. If you can fit inside a luggage, your life is already in shambles. My cat made me drop my air conditioner control. She's been purposely playing with it and dropping it on the floor, which makes me bend over way too many times to pick it up. She's dropped it like 5 times, and I'm like, Zoe, really? You gotta be a menace like that? Yeah, that 5 energy is starting to hit me in my bloodstream now. Very quickly. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Fuck. Zoe, oh my fucking god. And now she knocked over my tissue box. Zoe, you are being a menace today. You know that? I would love to kick you out of my room, but if I do that, you start meowing at my door. We're smuggling Ryu to England. Yeah, on a 50-day... First off, did they even think this through? It's a 50-day trip by ship to England from Japan. How are you gonna, eat that much? Like, how are you gonna survive? You need food. Are you gonna ration a one person's meal to 2 people? Like, what the heck? But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our favorite judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to a point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about that time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. You've only been at sea for about 15 days. Damn, 15 days? How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together! Oh, okay, now I was like, why is he dead? And then I just realized Ace Attorney 1 did the same shit. The first case, I should have fucking realized that was gonna happen. The first case with Phoenix Wright, you had Mia helping you. The second case, Phoenix gets blamed for the death of Mia, even though it was, what was his name? Saw It? No. I forgot the name of that dude. But the dude with the pink. And the weird girl with the pink. Who had that one thing that I really hate in the entire franchise. So now we're mimicking what's happening now to Phoenix in the future with Ryu and Kazuma. So now Phoenix is getting... Well, I'm sorry. Ryu is getting blamed. By the way, do you see that statue in the background? I'm looking at that statue back there. What are you looking at, Zoe? I'm looking at that statue back behind the dude. And I'm thinking to myself, what, do we have another situation of the Thinker? Again? We leave you at Nextport. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before, you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks so like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Zoe is all over me. I want to know about Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. Hey, what do I have in my court record? Oh. Paper seal. Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says, keep out in Japanese. No, I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. And we have two people. Kazuma and she's only 16? Oh my god, Zoe. Okay, do you want to know what my cat is doing to me? She is stepping on my stomach, rubbing her face up against my nose, and licking my nose at the same time. That's why the VTube studio thing freezes up, because that's what she's doing. You know what? Bomb, I gotta ask you, what? I need an idle animation for when I lose tracking, because my cat always makes me lose tracking. She's the primary reason why I lose tracking. You know how Iron Mouse has the ghost that pops out of her mouth when she loses tracking? What the hell should I have if I lose tracking because of my cat? Do we just put a cat in the way? Just like all over my face or something? Because right now her butt is blocking the camera. Oh, Zoe, you're so cute. I don't care how often you block it, but it's only bad when I'm watching anime when you block the subtitles. A judicial assistant who was traveling with Cosmo to London for a study tour. She is the epitome of a refined Japanese lady. She's also extremely cute. Just the same as Maya. Maya's extremely cute. Pearl's even more cute, but because she's... They purposely made her cute. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the captain was a kid Zoe. My god, if I was a regular flesh tuber, you would see exactly what's happening with my cat every single time. Oh, you're so beautiful, Zoe, but you're so lovable and you need so much attention. When they found them, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window. Yeah, Zoe! And the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. Fuck, okay, I get it. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Man, that's real bad fucking luck. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Of course I am. Please, Susanoo-san, you have to tell me that my cat is smothering me. Help! I'm being smothered. I'm gonna die from my cat killing me. I swear to God, one day she is gonna kill me from like over snuggles. Like she was just biting my nose. She was play biting my nose, and I'm like, ah, my nose. Please, Susanoo-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. Really? I don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? It sounds familiar in terms of, what do you call it? It sounds like the Kirair. The same Kirair thing that killed, Wilson in the first case. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses because my cat not only put her paws on them, she put her nose up against them and made marks. Seriously, I hate having glasses. As soon as I can afford it, I'm getting LASIK, man. I'm so tired of having glasses. Like, they're the most annoying benefit of having in life. What about the incident? Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Oh my god. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susanoo-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewmen forced the cabin door open and we managed to get inside. Oh, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. Hold on, I want to take a picture of this real quick. I took a picture of the text. Translate image. I was gonna do this the moment I saw that text anyway. But I want to see what a translation says, because if it's Russian, I want to know. Might not be a good idea, but... it might not be a good idea to do this, but I don't know. It's Russian. Russian. Oh, it can't detect it. Maybe if I get a better look at the picture from a different angle. And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Did you get knocked the fuck out? What happened? Stowaway. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? Oh no, it was his idea. No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. And I'm never gonna find out now. I'm not ever gonna find out his mission. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? Or why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. Fun fact, I actually did want a minor in law. I still do want a minor in law. But that is gonna be very fucking difficult to obtain. Without money. For one. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many views. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Hmm? Kazuma-sama was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Seriously, what was weighing heavily on him? The mission is still in my mind. Suzato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Man, you are smart, girl! That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Convenient. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? That's the part that bothers me. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Seriously, someone beat you over the fucking head and stuffed you in the wardrobe. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Yeah, but he's also my best friend. Was my best friend. He is now dead. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. I cannot! I won't! Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! Oh, shit! Holy fuck! What the... Ryu, you just got your ass handed... Not just ass handed to you, you got dumpstered. She flipped you. What the... That was a Susato takedown? A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? And the screen's upside down, too. Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. He's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I don't have anything, though. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Seriously, the only thing I have is this stupid paper seal. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors, although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. You can do that? But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. Couldn't bear to waste any. I mean, that paper stick's not gonna... That's not gonna do anything. The badge? Do I show her the badge? Sure, why not? I'll show her the badge. It's the same thing that Phoenix would do. You can't trick me with something irrelevant like that. Oh. I better try to come up with something more convincing. Otherwise, I get the feeling she'll throw me on the floor all over again. Dude, she's 16 and kicks your ass. The way you're looking at me, I think perhaps I didn't throw you hard enough. No, it was definitely hard enough. Let me show you something else. Okay, that's fine. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Cosima always put it in the place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to take a look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Cosima. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Okay, so you know how Maya was a spirit medium in training? Susato may as well be at least at, like, intermediate to master level, right? In terms of her training. Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. I don't have any training for that. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I will do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. My cat is all over me again. Hi, Zoe. You're still not done giving me love and attention? Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. I mean, I would love some conjuring tricks. Get the hell out of this situation. Well, anyway, I should make a start on the investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Cosima, I swear, I will avenge your death. One thing that's still very much curious, me getting curious, is this damn statue. Oh my god. She's gonna smother me. I got a whole cat. Alright, fine. I'll hold you, but it's gonna be awkward as fuck. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea, although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? Nah, he would cut those books in half. I seriously doubt that. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Did the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? My cat is currently in my arms right now. Why I'm holding the controller with one hand because my other hand can't reach the controller. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Is she actually gonna fix them? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh? What's the matter? Susato-san. Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around using the button sticks, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Look at that. Look at that controller drift, dude. I'm gonna have to buy a new controller at some point. Cool. What does that chicken bone do? Is that a chicken bone on the floor? When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. That was not what I was expecting. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Stop glaring at me like that! It's so off-putting! When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Fuck you. My cat goes with me everywhere. Well, almost. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or... What? What kind of a question is that? Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. We don't need pets, on this ship. Come on. I want to pet a cat. Well, I mean, I'm already holding a cat who is currently... Okay, play by play. She is currently grooming herself, and I have one arm holding her right now. My other hand is currently trying to navigate the controller with one hand. Not that easy. I want to point that out. Seige. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at these characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Oh, come on. Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? That fucking glare, dude. Even though you stowed away on the ship. Okay, oh, that's... Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. I mean... Dude, I want to call this guy Phoenix. I can't help it now. Ryu, you're not winning that fight, ever. What's up with this bone? That's my dinner from last night. A roast wow. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Ah! He didn't even get his last meal, man. What's up with the knife, though? Can I get on the knife? No, the knife is part of it. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. said it last case. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring on the ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Are you gonna take the sword with you, Ryu? What is that? What is that? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Kinda looks like a bell. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the marks beside it. What is it, I wonder? It is sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Still don't trust that statue up there, by the way. Ah, it's so... This controller, dude. It's one of the thumbsticks that are just breaking down. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Okay, my cat is getting up now. I can finally start using my both hands. Okay, look at this, okay? Like, look at this. I try to move the controller just a tiny bit, but this thing just doesn't want to cooperate with me. Oh, God, this is so infuriating. Mouse. Can I use the mouse? Yeah, there we go. Let's use the mouse. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. There we go, this is a better picture. I want a picture of that real quick. I've been wanting to see what this translates into, but let's see. Browse my files, take that picture, translate it. Oh my god, it literally translates to wardrobe. It's a direct translation from Russian to English. It just says wardrobe. That's all it says. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. But first off, does Kazuma know Russian? I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Well, there goes one plot point. What do you mean there goes a plot point? I was gonna translate that anyway. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. Whenever you see a foreign language, don't translate? Oh. Well, I'm not gonna know what it means. All I know is that... I keep wanting to say Phoenix. All I know is that Ryo was in the wardrobe. I'll keep it in mind, though, for next time. Oops, I did not mean to do that. How often are they gonna see situations like that? Unless you want to ruin Trial 4 and 5 of the second game. I'm gonna have to exercise restraint then when I see text that I can translate then. Unless there's text in Spanish. If there's text in Spanish, then I probably won't understand it. Because I can read Spanish. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Don't worry about Spanish. Cool. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. No Spanish here? Cool. If I don't have to worry about Spanish, then I'm never going to be able to translate Spanish. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. So wait, that means if you know Russian, you just know what that says right off the fucking bat. Kind of makes me wonder what other languages I'm going to end up seeing besides cursive. This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about the life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? No. Yes? What? In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I don't think anyone's gonna come on down. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Oof. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oof. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean that's odd? You need that. What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose... maybe that's it. I'm not going to begin to understand what a ship does with regards to that. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Hi-yow! Come on. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read. You must not read his private thoughts. But what if there's something important, something relevant to the case? It just flipped me over like it was nothing. Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Hi. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... I love how she looks at him too. You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in there, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Tsuda-san almost look uncontrollably excited? Even has the same pose there as Maya. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. But what about you? I can talk to you. Perhaps I should see what the Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have use for information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? We're not gonna get anything out of him. Niet! Of course not! Now go back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Yep, we're not allowed to speak to him. Alright, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Or, how did they say it? Sholmes? Something? Excuse me? Excuse me! Do you have a moment? Shh. There's a critical point. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. What? I'm sorry, what? Also, look at that internet. Look at that red that just popped up there. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. Stream died. Stream died for like 1,065 frames. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. What? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Huh? And when the be-ribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Wow, that's completely wrong, but I do like the enthusiasm. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. This fucking JoJo pose. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. How do you believe that? What? And And you're plotting a revolution, too. How do you believe that? It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's a way. Oh my god. This woman has flipped me 3 times. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh man. I feel like I'm in the Mental Omega universe with this. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Yeah, we're a bit too early for that. Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I am in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. More plain observation. Indeed! An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, and you see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than that, I'm right. Ha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women all the world over. What in the world is that? Inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. So when we say objection and point, is that a pose? Abso-fucking-lutely it's a pose. Objection! I can't pose, though. I can't point, I'd rather. Most I can do is, like... What can I do? I can be angry and be like, objection! So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes? I can't. First off, we're the Sherlock Holmes. Why did they add an S? I'm sorry, no, why did they add a capital H? Oh my god, it's Sherlock. Oh my god, it's Sherlock! The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Suzato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Where's Watson? I'm curious about that. Wait, they called him Wilson, right? What is it? Sherlock Sholmes and Wilson. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna end up calling him Sherlock so many times. And I'm probably gonna call Wilson Watson so many times, and I'm probably gonna say Ame way too many times too. And who was the victim of the last case? Oh no! I didn't put 2 and 2 together until you said that. Aw, man, you've got to be kidding me then. Bad place, bad time for one of the better companions. Damn. What planet I've been living on then? You must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Wait, I can present? Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. Oh, so sorry. Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps. What? What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? I've never seen anything like this. Most extraordinary writing. You said the same earlier this morning, I think. Indeed, but its uncommonness is so remarkable. I felt this need to say it anew. Yes, I do believe these characters may be a crude attempt at a Japanese script. What? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't like to be the one to tell you this, but I think Mr. Sholmes is trying to say that your handwriting is a little untidy. Is he making fun of me? You bastard. Wait, can I present, like, people as well? No, I can't. Okay. Well, may as well start conversing. Great detective! So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Seriously, internet, why? Look at that fucking 0. Man, you're killing me. You're killing me, internet. You're killing me. Are we good? We're good. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. Look a back bomb. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rants magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. I like that pose. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. God damn it, internet, really? You have a biographer, do you? Please, internet, I beg you. Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. About that, Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Why does this sound familiar? Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Hey look, it's Maya's pose. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician... What? I can't talk. Trained logician... Fucking internet. Makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. Okay, internet, why? Why are you giving me so many problems? There's nobody else using the internet in this house besides me. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How could he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Airlock Sholmes. Man, this guy is... Who does this character remind me of? It reminds me of, I was gonna say... No, that's the name. Shelly the Killer. Is it Shelly? You remember that dude from one of the trials? I think it was, like, maybe the third game? Where he purposely got caught. Shit, even the music feels the same, and I forgot the name. Hold on, I want to look up the name. No, not Shirley the Killer. Who was it that I'm thinking of? Rivals, that's who I'm thinking of. No. I can't even spell breakdowns. It was the dude with the suit, though. I just need to see the name and I'll... Is it Luke Atme? That's the one. It was... You know, when I say the name out loud, it makes so much sense when you hear it. Look at me. Luke Atme. That guy. This detective reminds me of Luke Atme. I get the same, like, over-the-top vibes from him. Even the music feels the same. It's ridiculous. I didn't realize Luke Atme was literally Look at Me. I swear to God, the puns in this game, if you don't say them out loud, you don't spot them. But if you say them out loud, it makes perfect sense. Like Dahlia Hawthorne. That one has a pun of, what is it? The liar has thorns. Or Dahlia has thorns. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding spot? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. Airlock. Hairlock. Get that right? Dude, I'm never gonna get that right. I just want to call him Sherlock. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry into the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Oh, ooh. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. These two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed... The victim was not Russian. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I was not expecting them to actually put the text there. I'm actually kind of curious how you pronounce that. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. They would have told me anyway. Do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. What? How? Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. How are you buying? It's the same shit with the Steel Samurai. Maya was so addicted to the Steel Samurai that she followed their word like the law. And Susato is following the word of this Herlock to like it's a law. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. God, that's gotta hurt seeing Kazuma dead in a photo. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Shit, if it was my best friend, I'd be crying right there. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. The Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. But he doesn't know Russian, I think. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that... Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Whatever that word is. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times... I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. I don't speak Russian either, so... how am I supposed to read that? Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? I do love playing as the Soviets in Mental Omega. But if they started talking in Russian, I couldn't understand what they were saying. Ah, now the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Damn. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. The one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik. First off, I don't even look like the guy, and it doesn't even look anything like the dude in that photo. I mean, like, look at him. Wait, I don't have a picture of me. Ryun, a Soviet? Oh, damn. The pieces are falling together. He's gonna become another Russian commander. No, no, no. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Exactly. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary. This guy is so dumb. This guy is so fucking stupid. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. I'm gonna be honest. If we could actually transform our bodies in that fast and over the course of like a day, there are so many people who jump on that immediately. Ugh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear in the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? You know, that's a really good question. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? I can't answer that question either. This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? I've absorbed all this of interest, or all that of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik Flees Russia via Shanghai. Ryun doesn't know where Afghanistan is at? Is he American now? Man, probably. So I guess if you've never left Japan, and you don't have something as easy access as the internet, and you don't ever look at a fucking map of the globe, would you ever know where Afghanistan is? Hell, even the maps of the globe don't do a good job unless you're actually, like, studying them. And you may find the article on the back of the page as interest as well. Oh, god damn it, I haven't even looked at this. Article about revolutionary. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Hey, I'm curious. I don't want to look this up, but is that dude, Villain Bolshevik, an actual person? I'm not going to put it past the game to not reference a real person. Especially because they literally reference Cure, which is an actual poison that's actually fucking terrifying. Nature, you fucking scary, man. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. What's in the back of the paper by the... What is this? Hi. Oh, a ballerina? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this too. What is that implying, Susato? Good thing I just wake up and get food in the perfect time. Hey, Zyrek, how you doing? Oh, so what you eating, Zyrek? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. A renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Oh boy. Simping for Russian women now? I simp for all women. Simping for European? The game? Oh my god, you're right. Everyone always simps for the Europeans. Great. If I ever have to move... okay, so we were in Japanese court, the first case. The second case, why do I get the feeling I'm going to be inside of English court now? And it's going to be even more confusing than before. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Nikolina Pavlova. But it's gay or European. It's hard to get. Is it gay or European? Ask Kiara. Is she just gay or is she European? You're gonna be in European courts? I had a fucking feeling. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Yo, I can say the same shit about Japanese names. I could say the same thing about Korean names as well. Some names are just so hard to remember unless you know the language. Because then there's a pun, not a pun. There's a deeper meaning with the names. You're gonna be in European courts, Britain, France, Germany, and Russia. Oh shit, dude. We're getting the world tour. It's gonna be a fun time. Oh man. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Wow. Pretty nice penny. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? If you're gonna translate that into dollars, that's about... I want to say that's about... Well, right now I'm not sure, but before everything, I think it's about $1,000? Which would translate to about 100,000 yen? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Suzaru-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Wow, the riz inside his brain. The tiara is the property of Novavik Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Hold on, I actually want to do the translation of that one. I'm sorry, not translation. The monetary value. 20,000 rubles to USD. Oh, I'm way off. It's $220. Well, that's now. I need to go back to like 5 years ago. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's fine. The price is stabilized. So you know, that's about 220 to USD. 220 to USD. That's like 200,000. Oh, 33,000 yen. But that's in today's money, so that might not be accurate. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Wait, okay, hold on a fucking minute. That is so... That's so funny. Because now I'm thinking of Mental Omega. Yuri had to run away from Russia. The Russian commander had to run away from Russia. It's actually kind of true. Why is that true? I'm not even going to dignify that response, Mr. Naruto. An article on the back of the Russian newspaper, the headline reads, "Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai." I guess that's all I'm going to get from this, huh? Unless there's another article somewhere I can read. Alright, nope. Wait, so I can... Oh, okay, interesting. On the back? Cast your eyes over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. Yep, he helped. It's all written in Russian, I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. And what were you investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful, anything at all? Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary, Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. She's conflicted. Susato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. Victim. What? Hi, Zoe. What's the matter? Too cold for you? I can turn it up. But it's too hot for me otherwise. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. Hi, what's the matter, Zoe? Oh my god, she's actually meowing in front of me. I know for a fact y'all heard that. Get that right, Zoe. You're so cute. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Zoe's now licking my nose. Ha! But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So, what was all that showing off before about, then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I'd be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, Zoe. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here is in Kazuma's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say. The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. A diary Kazuma was keeping on his trip to London. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. I like how that's the name of the case. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel with stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. Yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? Well, I'm still in cuffs. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point, huh? What? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. No, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Same great detective you are. Or some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What exactly are you talking about? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. Dick. What a dick. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Kinda true, though. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Hmm? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well, but I'm in cuffs. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Why? Why did you do that? After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Karate Mo... Dude, this is the 4th time she's done that now. She could have done it to Herlock, but he didn't. She didn't. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Oh hey, it's the undercover dude. Something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Susato fighting game move list? Wait, is this the second time he's the false culprit? Yup, the second fucking time. This man is by far the most unlucky protagonist I feel like I've seen so far. I know there's another one that's even more unlucky than him. But seriously, to be in the wrong place at the wrong time twice? And being blamed for a murder? Twice? You know the worst part about it? If this was in America, he would have already been granted immunity for the same case. Because wait, is that how that works, or is that something different? Yes, the protagonist of Dangon 1 is even more... Are you kidding? How can it possibly get any worse than that? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. No, he would still be tried. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of, like, small crimes or something. I swear to God there was some, like, statute that stops it from happening. I'm getting a message. What am I getting a message about? Memes? Oh, that message. Okay. I'll look at that later. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew aboard this ship. Again? I believe Toad, I can't read that. If I say it in Spanish, it doesn't make it any better. No puedo leer. Someone translate that for me. Oh, it says objection. That's such a good one. That's a good one right there. I think it's pronounced like Hayai? Yai? PI? I can't remember. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. I definitely didn't use Google Translate. No, of course not. You didn't use Google Translate. Why would you? Hold on, I need to blow my nose. I'm fucking dying with this nose. Maybe I should go take some Benadryl or something. That might be... Actually, I feel like that's a bad idea. I literally just took 5 hour energy at the start of the stream. So I don't know how well of an idea that would be to drink, what's it called? I'm sorry, take Benadryl? The sad thing about talking about how unlucky the protagonist of Damgon is that everything I would say are spoilers. Probably not a good idea then to say anything about it. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So what are your special orders today, Mr. Vector? Yeah. Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Huh? It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for the overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. What the fuck? Assassinated? How? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. Man, I thought he ordered fries. Huh? There's no way this man's gonna order fries. I'm curious, what the hell's this assassination thing about? This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. Damn. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. Shit, we're on first class. Damn. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Osagi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. And all I can do is humbly apologize. Spectre. So if there's anything at all I can do to help, so if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Damn. Jesus fuck. If it was such a dangerous situation, why not actually have... Well, I guess... No, Kazuma would never accept it. Wait, then that means... Maybe he had an inkling that this would happen. And that's why he brought, Ryu with him. But then that begs the question. The person who wrote that message over there on the floor to the bottom left, that would mean that they knew that Ryu was in the wardrobe. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two. Fuck. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They'd think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with? Do you think I'm gonna need something persuasive? Wait, I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. See if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. But also, I forgot to take a look at this. Oh, it just tells me what happened here. Wait, that was only a 12-minute difference? Huh. But also, I want to present, like, everything. Inspector, can I show you this? What the? Is that a fabled Imperial Yume University pin badge? I'm not sure if it's really fabled exactly, but... So, you're a genuine student then? Sorry? Nothing like me, with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Can I have my badge back, please? Ah, this is the paper seal that was stuck over the wardrobe doors this morning, isn't it? That's right, to try to stop the cabin steward opening it up and discovering me. Wouldn't it have been better to write it in English if you didn't know Russian? Maybe, but Ofuda paper amulets like this are a part of our culture, Inspector. And I thought if I made it look creepy enough, people would be too scared to want to look inside. It isn't easy being a stowaway, is it? Have you seen this photograph yet, Inspector? Man, this feels like a dick move showing him this. Oh dear, are you alright, Inspector? Yes, sorry. I'm fine. I was hoping to hide my upset with a fit of coughing and sputtering. I'm usually very good at it, but trying to stifle my feelings seems to have stifled my cough this time. It's all so sad. Asogi-san was such a promising young man. The Empire had such high hopes for him. I had such high hopes for him, even though I'm just a detective. We're all gonna miss you, Kazuma. I like how they gave him different animations for cleaning up his, like, blood from the mouth. First it was the waiter with the towel, and now it's just his sailor sleeve. Can I show you this newspaper, Inspector? I'm sorry, but I can't read Russian very well. Oh no, that's alright. I know what it says. So you just wanted to point out your university-level linguistic talents, is that it? Sorry? Nothing like me with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Sorry, forget I mentioned it. It probably says the same thing with this one. Yeah. Alright, let's show him the diary. That should get us to go through. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, "What looks like some kind of a speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill." A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see? I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to go against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select a move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Ah, man, this feels natural to me right here. And all I am thinking about now is Case 5 from the first Ace Attorney game. The passageway that connects the first-class cabins to the SS Burra. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. Oh my god, we're actually going to be following pathways. 7:48 a.m. SS Burra, first-class cabin area. Passageway. What the hell is that in the bottom corner over there? What is that? Is that a mousetrap? Woo, I'm finally out of that cabin. Have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodations. Look, it's a fucking ship, Ryu. Come on. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on his study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Oh no. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already, yeah, but I've been locked up in that room. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Alright, so we just came from that room, right? First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Must be a big fucking ship, though. What is this, by the way? Come on, controller, please. Look, okay, look. Oh my god. I just want you to know that I'm just tapping it. And it's doing that. I can't use the other control stick. Please. Please. Let me just get to the thing. Come on, come on. There you go. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. This is the second time now that the game has mentioned cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Delicious. Fucking love cheese, man. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Bro, Falky mentioned. What? What, Bomb? What? Fucking love cheese, though. Cheese is delicious. Especially, a mozzarella. There are more Falky references in this game. I love it, though. Really, but... I suppose you're right. Talking about your milk and your cheese. You know, at someday, I'm gonna get a button where I can use these udders. One day I'm gonna have a button that I can use these udders. Speaking of that, you guys are gonna be very excited about the upcoming rigging changes. You weren't actually gonna try it, were you? Wait, Ryu, are you really gonna try to... All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftover. You had a chicken! You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. What the hell? I think... What? What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? What the heck did I just see? Oh, this I have to see? No, Naruto! What are you doing, man? I think that what I said was the most gross thing I ever said here. There's like a triple meaning with your sentence up there. Just want you to know that. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If we were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. Can we milk Falky? One day, like I said, I will get a button that I will be able to use these udders. Flatter everybody with milk. It'd be the same thing as Shy Lily having the blowhole on her head. If you have to do if you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. I pass. I will only milk Tata. Bruh. Why? Why'd you have to say it like that? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe who's ever in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Hi. Oh. My god, you could grind meat on that. Excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign to keep over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. That's why I said that was gross what I said about the cheese. Think about that, what that implies. About to grind Falky. Ew. You're gonna turn me into sausage at that rate. Yeah, throw me in a fucking grinder. Turn me into sausage. I'm so sorry. Doesn't look like he's gonna let us pass. That's a problem. I guess I have to keep looking. This looks like a plan of the SS Burra. It shows each deck. Look. The Burra is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal just doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean? It's called buoyancy. Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. That's more like buoyancy, though. I don't need to imagine you milking love. Imagine it. Imagine. Imagine. No. That's a huge book on the top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Would they even let us? Oh yeah, look at that. What, milking is gross from you, but the cheese part is fine? I mean, at the end of the day... You know what? I don't even want to finish that thought. I don't even want to finish that sentence. I know I was about to say it. The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there is nothing to report. Just to be clear, it isn't about real cheese. Zarek, you're not making this situation any better. Anyway, what I was gonna say, before I decided to stop myself, was... Here's the difference, though. You would eat cheese, but you would not eat... Wait, you would, though. You see what I'm saying? That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Stop. Stop it, Zarek. Is something wrong? No, I was thinking about making a run for it just for a moment. Ryu, why the hell would you do that, Ryu? Where would you go? You're in the middle of the ocean. There's nowhere to run. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. I bet this guy's not even gonna chat with me. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class ladies' maid? Oh my god! Bruh! Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am Senior Crew Biff Stroganoff. Never mind. Wait a minute. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, yeah, no, okay. Woo! The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Burra steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Hating the Japanese, the game? You know what this also reminds me of now? It reminds me of Metro 2033 and all of the racism, not racism, all of the different ideologies that clash in that game. You've got the Reds, you've got the Nazis, you've got just regular people, you've got the Rangers, you've got the Nawalisis, you've got the Shadow Demons? The Demons. So many, there's just so much shit happening in that world that you hear it all the time between both the Reds and the Nazis and the Rangers. And Police Station. I have to say that racism in jokes is like salt on food. Just a little bit always good. Oh no, they're layering these jokes. Like, they're actually like well timed. Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaways. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Duh! Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like of course I understand that Russian word, right? Of course I can read that one, of all the Russian words. And yet. But those ones are so common, though. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. That's yes. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounded like there is somebody in the next door cabin, at least. I have no idea what this word is. It's just a way of saying yes. Da. Yes, it's tantalizing. Can I ask who it is? Yeah, that. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How could you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Holy shit, dude. Jesus fuck. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Jesus, man, I can't get anything out of him. Damn, everything what he says hurts. I'm starting to wonder if this. I'm starting to wonder about if this is just how Russians acted back then. They're not referring to a Soviet Union, though. That's something I noticed. So they're just referring it to as Russia. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganev? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in, or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Get! Susato-san, did you understand that? Not a fucking clue. It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises, or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no! Sorry! Not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say no more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of mountain. Or, as English says, when the pigs fly. You know, the way everyone is treating the Japanese is pretty accurate on how they actually treated them. Was this okay, I don't... Is this after World War II As this after World War II happened? Because I still haven't been able to pin down... I don't think I've seen a single year from the entire time I played this game. All I've seen are dates. Like November so far. This is the beginning of the Industrial... Okay, you're just going to make me Google it because I don't know when the Industrial Revolution started. (1760 to 1840). Damn, that's very far back. That's a piece of history where I don't even know anything that happened. But they don't talk about America at all. At least I haven't heard anything about America. All they've ever talked about is Britain and French. And Russia now. Okay, that sort of gives me an idea, but... Look, my history... Well, I did pass my classes on U.S. history back in the day. That was middle school and high school days. I was not a big fan of learning about history. One of the biggest history things I learned about was, like, the Renaissance and Rococo, but that's it. Or, I'm sorry, Rococo paintings. Yeah. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. What can I even check? Oh, for God's sakes, please, controller. Oh, for God's sakes, please, controller. I'm not a fan of history or geography. Everything I kind of like. Everything else. I like history in one sense of the word, and that is the Chinese period of the Warring Kingdoms. I like that period, specifically. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it, too. That's why I don't like you, Siren. Wow! Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Wait, I've read this, haven't I? Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Nothing to report. Uh-huh. Ah, stop drifting, controller. We go in there now? I feel like we should go in there now. Not that that would change anything for me. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe who's ever in this cabin helped solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Now we can actually go in. Shouldn't a Herlock be in here? No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside! We're about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, so he wasn't inside. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Cabin number 2! What? Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. You know who he also looks like? He looks like him, but less, defined. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd! As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are... I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses the magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? There is no way a woman would fit in there. What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Cosimo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Grimsby Roylott? There's no doubt about it, this strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Is he even gonna, like... Oh, I guess we can talk to him. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh, this is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Let's look around. Well, first off, I really am curious about the damn bag. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out. Can we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! No! Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Alright, Mr. Detective. I have nothing else to click except for you. If I had bring some vodka, he would be more receptive. Oh yeah, absolutely, probably, maybe. Really, any alcoholic drink would be pretty good. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time? that you would need to call my great powers of detection and disturbance. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? I swear to God, if Zyark is right. Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is spy control? Would you like to witness it? I'm fucking... I mean, that text right there is just like... It just screams Yuri now. Oh yes, please. Now then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction in this case, or to this case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me, is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian in account of his dubiousness? What? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There could be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment, no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes! That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Twaddle? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. Oh my god, it literally is Maya and the Steel Samurai. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Don't do this to me. Don't JoJo me. Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I first arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction, the game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question that then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article, which would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I didn't even realize he had a newspaper in his pocket. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. I'm seeing a bunch of question marks up there. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Now that I've heard of you myself, you can understand. Or you understand! And conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Topic 2? Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have for prosperity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. See those question marks? I'm wondering what's going on. It is time, I think, the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me! We are not well suited to a life of crime. We are... What? Are we? Your careless coup de... What? Coup de lol. I don't even know what that word means. Betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from fleeing revolutionary to the back page, snap. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. This is so over the top, man. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Helomensky. I just sat through all of that. Cesaro-san, this wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. I was gonna say, it looks like him enough, but they have far different beards, and the guy in front of me is way more pudgy than this stoic stoic fellow right here. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his appearance. I think that's how that works, man. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylite does look more like a man than you do. That's not the point. It really isn't. Hold on, I need chapstick. Chapped lips! Oh no! Zoe, that chapped lipstick is not for you. She wakes up to come and try and grab it. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose. Oh my god, Zoe. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. 15? No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years' worth of her would be poking out of that case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A trope of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithness in their body. Lithness? Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to consort oneself into the confines of that small space. Are they fucking clowns? Fitting all into a clown car? Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Exactly! Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus, and I still have cuffs on me. Mr. Naruhodo, something has occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. These eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. By the way, I forgot to say that I posted the gay European reference that I said before. Later look at Discord. I did see it in Discord. I'll take a look at it later. Zoe, stop. It's just where he directs his attention and logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two. Oh, I can't. I'm being smothered again by Zoe. I'm losing my vision right now because of the laughing that Zoe is making me go through. Also, my throat is starting to hurt too. I think I need some water. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? When the hell did those come off? What? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction? Hold it, Mr. Sholmes? Correction. So, the dubious, looking Russian Mr. Roylet. Oh my god, Zoe, this is impossible to play with you too. Why are you needing? Oh god. I'm never gonna get anything done with Zoe around here like this. Hold on, am I able to present anything? No, I can't present a damn thing. Got cat hair in my mouth. Oh, okay, the exclamation points are correct, but the question marks are not. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? This cat, Zoe! Stop! It's too much love. This is like the 5th time on the stream now. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't sit quite right with me. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either, which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Oh my god, ooh. Golden locks? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. This is real hair. Copious beard. It really is a very full beard, isn't it? Yes, although according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott was about to cut it off. I still think that he looks nothing like the man pictured in the newspaper article, though. The apparently merciless revolutionary villain Bolshevik. So if he wasn't going to cut off his beard, presumably he was going to cut something else. Yes, we need to look at this from a fresh perspective and get to work out what? Oh, there's only one thing. Wait, I can look at the thick hat. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret you see, Naruhodo-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Yeah, he's definitely gonna cut the golden hair. Those luscious locks. Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and the thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. I don't think that's true. That was just one of the many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. What? I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. But yeah, no, he's definitely gonna cut off those luscious locks. That was a cool effect. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intended to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! Oh no! We're posing now. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. That's not true. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was actually a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts of Mr. Jones. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Shome's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Yeah, it's definitely... After seeing the golden locks, I'm like, wait a minute. Alright, I'll do my best. I mean, it's the ballerina. Yes! The only thing. Well... Correction. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovic Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovic Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. She just falls over. You're right. Fun fact, she's only 15. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. That's why there's a second line. A ballerina on the run. Solved. What? Wait, that means you smuggled a pet then? I think. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a prospect at... that word. To let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. You know, fun fact about that. When you're remembering memories, your eyes, if your memory is real, your eyes actually drift a certain direction. But if they're not real memories, your eyes will drift to a different direction, not even remotely close to the direction they're supposed to be drifting at. It's a nice little detail that that interrogators actually know about, because people do that unintentionally and they don't even realize it. Training yourself to intentionally remember a fake memory by purposely going in the right eye direction is something they could, like, throw off an investigator's, like, interrogation. It's fascinating psychological stuff. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It's clearly not the traveling case, though. This woman is a ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Well, if it's not a pet, it's definitely, stealing something. I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows this woman what this woman is up to. It's right there. It's right there. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on! What? Me? Isn't it unusually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? More like a queen crown? It looks very fancy, regardless of what kind of crown it is. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does the tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Yeah, you have. Wait, what? The waste paper basket? Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Not really anything special. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. It's a very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit in there. Does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. Besides smuggling a pet in?
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novalik Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Oh no! I need a soundbite of just, oh no. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I do like those hats though, but I like the fuzzy ones. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me, huh? This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason as you wish to why you wish to remain closed. I can't talk. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? You're clear. Blah, 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 blah. We have read that before. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. How is it written on the books on the shelf? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Shobes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, you'd think so? Well, it doesn't seem like the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she wouldn't open her case. And there must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she was hiding, she has hidden inside that case, should be reviewed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Huh? Weird, okay. This is such a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing on a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. It looks like these are the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for a long voyage. And, have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova, while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to, they're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burra. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Did I mention something about pets? There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. I don't think they're that mean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? It's a metal door, the same as in Kazuma's cabin. Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. No, she was more definitely looking at this.
Yes!
The rules of passage. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage, or from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Zoe, hi. How you doing, Zoe? What's the matter, Zoe? Son of a beach? Wait, why did that get filtered? Son of a beach should not be filtered. Why did it not pop up in, in chat. I mean, it popped up in that chat above me, but it didn't pop up in my chat. What do you have in there? As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon or other dangerous items could move on its own accord. My god, Zoe loves to step on my shoulder. You know, she also likes to knead my shoulder as well. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case... You're having too much fun with this, Ryu. Is the last item... Is the item list... Oh my god, I can't even read anything now. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Yep. Possession of a prohibited animal. Deduction complete. Elementary. Oh no, this is gonna be a permanent feature. I bet you in a fucking case somewhere, in the courtroom somewhere. So clearly, you weren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet's company... God. They look like they're doing a prepare for trouble, make it double move. So instead of Team Rocket, it's Team Lawyer Detective? No, what would that be? Team Justice. There you go. It's Team Justice. You absconded during one of your ballet's company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this ship. Okay, yeah, whatever. God, so... What are you If I... Look, if I ever die on stream, it's because she killed me with too much love. Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. That would have sucked to see. Time for diabetes. I mean, technically I do have diabetes. I didn't mean to push that button. My cat keeps on fogging up my glasses whenever she gives me all this love. See, this is another reason why I don't want glasses anymore. I'm so tired of grabbing this stupid thing where I have to clean them. I hate it. It's such an annoying factor. And I can't wear contacts because I just don't get along with contacts. Most of the last contacts I've worn, or had, I left them so long inside their case, inside that solution. The solution actually ended up evaporating, and the contacts getting ruined. So that was a waste. Also, I don't like touching my eye anyway. Just severing long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Or like the full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I went away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. Disgust myself. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard? Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So, I decided to cut all my hairs as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand, and... at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? I fucking hope it's like a hamster or something. You're right, it was my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, as in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shome's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. If you say to the crew, I will be screwed. Hey, I wasn't gonna say it anyway. I wouldn't say it anyway. I like pets. Okay. Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing. Oh? Yes? What? Observe your wrists. He really did put them back on. I was gonna ask, did he manage to slip those back on? You motherfucker. Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles, you dick. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? I'm impressed the dude managed to get those shackles back on him. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Dude, my throat is starting to go away. It's losing potency. You know, I'm curious about something. I know Rene played this game, or played an Ace Attorney game, but how many hours was she able to go speaking through the entire thing? Or did she even, like, voice act every line? Because holy crap. Rene Ace Attorney. She went for 3 hours, one for 4 hours. Yeah, no, she was about 3 to 4 hours average. But yeah, this game, when you're talking every voice line, or every dialogue line, it can definitely murder your voice. I feel like I need to go and make some tea. You guys mind if I go make some tea? Where even is my tea? Look at Zoe's looking at the camera. It's good to make some stop. Yeah, it might be a good idea to grab some tea. Because holy crap, my voice is starting to like... I know my allergies aren't helping the situation with the whole like... the drainage going from my nose down my throat. But oh my god. The tea might be a good idea because my throat's starting to get like... I'm chugging this water right now, right? But it's cold water. I think I need warm water right now. So tea might be a very good fucking idea. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some tea. So do not do that, Zoe. Do not fucking do that. I will be back. Okay, you gotta stop that. Stop that. You knock that over, I have to clean it up. I don't want to clean that up. Ow! Ow! She's biting me now. Alright, I'll be right back. Just gotta go get some tea. I have returned with some green tea. Because I figured green tea would be a good choice. I thought I sworn I had some other tea. Other tea flavors. But I apparently don't. I'll just let the, oops. I'll just let the, let that marinate for a little bit. But yeah, I like this game so far. Aside from the fact that it really does murder my fucking throat. I mean, let's be real here. It's a visual novel. I think every visual novel that isn't voice acted is going to do a lot of damage to a throat. Because you are... Imagine if I was not only reading all the lines, but also adding voices to all the lines. I'm trying to add voices to the lines, but I know for sure trying to do that might actually literally murder my voice. Feels nice. Green tea is always nice. Always nice to have a little bit of green tea. Okay. What did we miss here, by the way? Yeah, there's still a shadow of guilt. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Speckled band is probably referring to the tiara, if that's the case. So what happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Sholmes, that's too much, man. That's too much. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. And understandable. How about... Why run away, though? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovic Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. This is the first time they mentioned America. I would never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. Second, wasn't it? Was it the second reference to America? I feel like that's the first. They kind of mentioned Brazil. They mentioned all of South America, though. But to be fair, Brazil takes up like what? Like 70% of South America. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. What? Why do you need that to live? It said the Amazon rainforest. Yeah, I remember that one. I have no money of my own. The Novovic Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. What the fuck is that? You don't even get a paycheck? What kind of a life is that? I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? I said the Amazon, which is in Brazil. Oh, I did not know... See, like I said. No, this is the first time I'm saying it. I don't know my geography. I'm American. I suck at geography. I didn't know the Amazons was in Brazil. American moment. Exactly. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. No, I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but all the time I see people thinking about that Brazilians talk Spanish, but it's Portuguese, for God's sake. PT is Portuguese, right? Oh god, I feel a sneeze coming on, but it doesn't want to happen. Yeah. Maybe I should have taken some Benadryl. I was over there at the kitchen. Anyway, what is this conundrum? Because I have no fucking idea what this conundrum is. Conundrum! Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Borea stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. I didn't know that. So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. The Lion of the Mars... What? That the Pope made split America to show which land the Spanish Empire can have and which lands the Portuguese Empire can have. With Brazil being the only thing the Portuguese Empire can have. But... who the hell owns Central America? Who owns Central America? Okay. My brain hurt. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. Excuse me. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. That is such a... That's such a full of yourself sentence. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detections. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Fair enough. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison, They'll throw you out and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. This is your local Shovel Facts on South America. Is it time to go to Brazil now, Shovel? But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits here then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. What? How is it a chicken? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. However, everyone would fucking hear that damn chicken. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. If the rest of Central and South America speak Spanish, who do you think owned it? Mexico? Probably. Nope, not a chicken either. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Spain? Look, I don't know this shit, okay? She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Do I have actually anything I can show her? Besides the pin? Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see? That means nothing to me. No, why would it? Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Miss Suzaru, can I show you this? I would do the exact same thing. Maybe later. Oh, I could show Inspector Hosonaga too. I did already. I don't think it's a good idea to show her the photograph. I mean, to get in, to influence other countries from farming, they probably use navigations through sea, and also Spanish comes from Spain, I think. I thought Spain Spanish was different than Spanish from Mexico, though, at that point. Like, I feel like Spanish has, like, different dialects. Hell, even Spanish, like... Yes, the legendary Spanish Armada, which rivaled the British Empire. How do you know this? I don't know anything about this, like, at all. So this is what I mean. American history sucks. America never teaches us good history. If it's gonna teach us about world history, teach us every history, you know? I'm gonna present it anyway. Nope, okay. Ms. Pavlova, about this article. Mexico was the Aztec Empire, which was wiped out by the Spanish conquistadors. That's a thing? Huh. Do you know about this merciless revolutionary already? No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Huh? Am I the only one around here with eyes? The other man, the one wearing the brown, he also said so. He said we look the same. Yes, he says a lot of things, but I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul on this ocean who thinks there's any similarity there at all. Mr. Naruhodo, I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. No, no, I wouldn't dream of it. And then they colonized. And then colonized by the Spanish Empire. I'm a big history nerd. Do you know much about, like... wait, what's your specialty? Like, do you have a specialty in the area of history? Not a specialty, sorry. A certain geographical location that you have the most know-how of history? Or are you just, like, big on history everywhere? Miss Pavlova, about this article. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared. If my picture is in the newspapers... Poor girl. She's so young, just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself. She must have been very, very alone. I don't think this is gonna be... Oh no, there's something. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. Right there. It's up there on the wall. Most big on everything, but my specialty Roman Empire, England, France, and America. I can't tell if the Roman Empire part is the meme or if you really do like that. Civilization in AoE is my favorite. That's why you're big on Age of Empires. Because it also features real history. That makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, I had to make a really big purchase, so AoE Definitive Edition is going to be even longer. Farther away from being able to purchase now. Don't diss the Roman Empire. Oh, I'm not dissing it. It's just that I've been seeing a lot of clips on YouTube about the, what is it? The Roman Empire thing? What is it? Millie said something about it. Finana said something about it. I think Alira mentioned something about it. I'm still waiting for HoloLive clips to mention something about it. Honestly, my only experience with any Roman history is what I've seen in movies and the little tiny tidbits that I've seen of like history that I've seen on YouTube. How many times do you guys think about the Roman Empire? I feel like I feel like I have thought about the Roman Empire a little far too many times, and I don't know why. In other side, my favorite things are about science, space and particles related, physiology or psychology, and math in general. For me, I love space. Stellaris is also a favorite. Wait, I said I had that game, huh? Didn't I? Oop, I accidentally tabbed out. Tabbed out in the wrong way. Yeah, I have Stellaris. It's just been sitting there. And when the hell did I actually buy this? Well, regardless, that's one of the games that's going to be on it's a future stream on that one. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? Talking about games, wasn't Mal playing, a hentai some days ago? What? You sure you're not mistaking that with me? I'm gonna be honest here, I have 46 NSFW games, and that's only the ones I put in that, Steam library category. Nope, was Mal. Huh? You must have been paying more attention than I was, because I don't remember. No, I don't know anything. Oh, you're still hiding things. This Pavlova is very cautious. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Holy shit, she dressed up so fast. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarter at once. Alright, I will come now. I saw you was playing something that didn't recognize. I searched because I was bored, just to find it was a hentai game, What was the name? Was it the Aqua game? Aquarium? 'Cause I don't believe that's just a visual novel at this point. Because that's the only game I can think of that Bomb was playing recently. Is Aquarium. And the only reason it has sexual content in that game on the tag is because of one character who is considered lewd in the Hololive community. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine, don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passengers sit out, or you want me to throw you out? Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Damn, we got thrown out, man. And so we lost our chance, having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Wow. What even is this, what is this kind... I'm curious what this whole entirety of Case 2 is about. Yes, I will save. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what the speckled band might be. You're gonna have to check the grate from the other side at this point. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? And how did he slip away as quietly as the wind, and not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists? Too bad, Ryu. Too bad, Ryu. Too bad, Ryu. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around at Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I will show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Jesus fuck, man. Okay. Yeah, understood. Maybe I should steer clear of it until he's forgotten my face. That's not happening. You're a wanted murderer. For now. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. So what can we do? I can examine that, but what's good is it gonna do? That door leads to second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Nobody trusts me. I'm alone. Everybody hates me. First class cabin, number 1. Yes, that's a cabin, not our cabin. We've already established this. Confined to the wardrobe. Stowaway, so fucking small. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Well, the only thing I can do is hit the back button and move over. I can't go in there. It's Kazuma's cabin. Oh. Was I right, Bomb? Was it Aquarium? You saw the game my friend gifted me. What? It was not okay, never mind then. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. I don't think that man exaggerates. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Where even is he? Oh, there you are. I kind of want to examine other stuff real quick because all the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Jesus. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him into a cold room. Man, he's gonna get himself crucified. Whew, he's gone back to guard the door. Hope Inspector Hosonaga didn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. The only thing I remember was that it is some kind of visual novel-like. Most visual novels are pretty pure, though, to be fair. You actually have to look for the visual novels that are not pure. And then you also have to filter out the shit visual novels on top of that. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a stay at La Carnivella. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Oh, you do not look good. Oh, you look awful. What the fuck? Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. You're just scratched. That's just a scratch? Made by a bear, maybe? Dude, I saw the images that show about the game, and 2 of them were just straight up hentai. So? I mean, every single one of the NSFW games that I have right now, like, I think if you looked at the front page of them, they would all have boobs on them somewhere. Except for maybe, like, Bloody Spell, maybe. I think that, like, everything else I have is just straight up NSFW. Now, some of them probably are not even in the Steam, are not purchasable anymore on Steam because they got either A, removed by the publisher, or they just up and died. When I say hentai, I'm not talking about boobos, penetration. Yeah, I am. Desire, if you want a good hentai game, go look for a game called Grey. Gray. I would say that is by far my most favorite H game. Straight up. Unless you like shmups. And then, you can just go find Deep Space Wife. Acting Lessons is also a really good visual novel. That one actually made me tear up. Really making this a big thing, Lamau. It's a little bit much. But yeah. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Nah, I don't like hentai games in general. I just search for hentai itself. That's fair. I like the hentai games, but I've seen a lot of crap so far when I look on Steam. It's not really that big a deal, though. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know what that graceful angel? Wow, I did not expect Hosonaga to be a ballet fan. The same reason I don't like ecchi anime. If I'm gonna watch an anime, it's because of the history, but I'm looking for pervert things, I just watch hentai. There's no such thing as a good hentai, though. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring captain is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New info! Lamau, I do actually have a good hentai VN recommendation. Feel free to throw it on the, stream suggestions? I guess? I mean, it's not something I'm probably gonna stream. Maybe. See, here's the problem. If I ever decide to stream a VN that has, adult elements in it, chances are I will not, censor anything. Unless it's super fucking bad. You want to stream it? What was that one game? Callie played it, right? Callie played it recently. That one VN. Why did I close Steam? What am I doing? I accidentally closed Steam like a dumbass. I did not mean to do that. No, that's the wrong window to close. God damn it, I have to do this now. Ah, that's so annoying. You're gonna hear a YouTube video play in a second.
Oh, whoa, is it?
Bum 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 bum. Lamau speedrunning a YouTube ban. What was that game that Callie was playing? I put it on my wish list because I was like, I might get that. I At least I think I put it on my wish list, unless I already own it. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I already own it, but I didn't realize it. I don't remember the game name. But that game that Callie played, and she put it, I think she was one of the few who put in the 18 plus patch or something. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. I think I saw something about this Callie stream. Yeah, it was very, yeah, she had a lot of failures, with censoring things. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report, huh? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injuries, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Oh, that's not going to be easy to figure out except for that cup on the floor. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that would leave a mark. I feel like a blunt object would very much leave a big mark. Mine is dark-skinned bondage flamboyant futa. That's very specific. I don't really have... I mean, dark skin is obvious as a favorite tag. But that's not necessarily a not safe for work tag. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? A report from the SS Buria's medical officer giving the cause of death is cervical spine injury. There was no traces of external injury or poison. Victim, male, Far Eastern, time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Damn, that's really bloody early in the morning. I'm sorry, late at night? I don't know. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Fuck. So instantly. Okay. Oh, Mr. Shulm was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. What do you think? Or do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by a polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Wait, that would imply that his body was moved. Yeah, a piece of small glass object that looked like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found on the victim's body. That implies to me that the body was moved to the location it is. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect the Sogi-san. He was my responsibility. This sucks. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. What is going on here? That's the second time now we've heard about the heavy head thing. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Was everybody drugged? I'm starting to wonder if it's just the sea doing it, but one person complaining about their head is fine. But when it's two people, you start getting a little suspicious about that. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. The whistling sound sounds like... Well, we're on a steamboat, right? So that makes sense to hear. And then the speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grate. Look at his writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama lists a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. But how? So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever has it broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. It's funny how this name is Naruhodo because it means something like, I got it. What about Ryunosuke? Does that have a direct translation? My cat is literally chilling on my laptop right now. Oh man. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. But Ryu is a name related to dragons. Maybe it's something like, I understand I'm a dragon or something? I got a dragon? I don't know. I'm making guesses here. Hello, I'm still having a very bad cold today, but I'm better now. Hope I can go to vacation tomorrow. It has been delayed 3 times already. Talon, question for you. What are you taking for your cold? And are you getting lots of fluids? And are you resting a lot? Because that's the biggest thing with colds. If you have to sleep for like a day or 2 days, I would do it. Even if you feel bored, I would do it anyway. Your body heals way better when it's sleeping, but always remember to have fluids, obviously. That's hardly a reason, is it? It looks more something like Ryu and Nasuki understand. That too. I don't know, I can't think. Now I'm starting to get a headache. Why my head is throbbing just a little bit, but on the right side. What the heck is this about? There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No, no, no! Throbbing headache. These are the rules, blah blah blah. My fever by cold made my body gone like on fire, almost melt, while my hiccups that followed made my throat on fire as well. Oh god, hiccups at the same time? Man, I'm sorry to hear that. If I ever get hiccups on stream, you can expect that I will be ending the stream, like, immediately, because hiccups suck. They hurt. They hurt a lot. Yeah, no, seriously, I hope you get better soon, Ton, because I don't wish that on anyone. I don't wish hiccups even on my enemies. Hiccups are the worst. That's why I always feel bad for Callie whenever she gets hiccups on stream. Like, girl, you need to just stop streaming and just rest. Once you get the hiccups, they're not going away for the entire day, even if you feel like you've digested everything in your stomach. Blech. Blech. Hiccup for me is kind of fine. Man, I wish my hiccups were not painful. But as soon as I start getting hiccups, my entire body is just screaming in pain. Because it's not... It literally feels like my entire stomach is going into my chest. And it hurts. It hurts a lot. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. Ba-bum-ba-dum. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in your cabin. A friend. More to this than there seems, I think. What if it's a poisonous thing? Ah, so it did progress. Thinking about it, I didn't have a hiccup for a long time already, like 10 plus years. Knock on wood then. Knock on wood so it doesn't happen. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san, Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la! Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lay. I did it a great detective way. What? This caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Oh, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin where we can and investigate. But definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stringy knot. The only Russian name that I remember is the cat friend in my Monster Hunter World from a random YouTuber. What is that name? It's Stroganev, not Stringy Knot. Stringy Knot. How the hell do you fuck up that bad with the name? Well, right now, I don't see anything out of the ordinary in here right now. I even looked at the metal cup and I see nothing different. Oh god, my head is actually pounding. His cat name was Chitty... Chitty? I can't even pronounce it. A hiccup is far worse, since traditional method like holding breath to cure it didn't work at all. Only meds allow me to cure the hiccup almost immediately. There's a medication you can take for hiccups? Tell me about this. Because whenever I get hiccups, I have to go and lie down, remind myself I'm not a fish, hold my breath, drink water, and I still can't get rid of them. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. It's like she's trying to convince herself to, trust. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but earlier, when, the inspector said that he trusted Ryunosuke, that he wasn't the criminal, Susato had to stay silent and look away. Like, she was like, why can't I convince myself of the same thing to trust him? You know? So now, I think she's trying to convince herself that it's true that that Ryo is innocent. By the way, Falcon, if your headache is too bad, you can stop streaming and continue other day if you want. Don't force yourself too much. My voice just getting tired, man. I might stop soon or something, but I'd like... Hey, Bomb, if you're still here, how much longer do I have left on this specific, like, part of the game? Do I have some time that I was healthy enough to play a couple missions in Call of Duty Black Ops 1 on PC? Hey, as long as you're not overcommitting yourself, Con, always take the route of heal. And not much more. Okay. See if I can finish it then. Oh. Yeah, I feel myself deteriorating. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. Thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. No place like home. There's no trial for this case? Okay. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Oh, so that wardrobe was empty when we were in here the first time. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding there, but no such luck. Hey, I just realized that this is open. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. Completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep a secret, because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? This case is a tutorial for exploration and investigating environments. I see. So case 3, and I'm assuming case 3 is where things get more difficult with what I've learned so far. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. But I bet there's nothing in it. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Case 3 as well, you'll see. Oh, great. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. I still don't know what it's about. Why is this on the floor? I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? Nah. It's definitely for the pet, I think. Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It's the only thing I can think of, at least, for the pet. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. Also, what about this pipe on the ceiling? I've been looking at that pipe, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't let me, examine it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Yeah, no, the pipe is, one of those communication pipes, I think. There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. So, like, the whistling sound could be from the pipe. It could be sound traveling from the pipe, more than likely, but I'm not sure. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. We've read through that dialogue before. Special circumstances. Hardly anything in here. Okay, so there was nothing in there. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Why are the books falling the same way over like the other... like in our room? Do you think there's a god of sea, perhaps? Just top of 2. Exactly same bookcase, Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. What, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? I mean, she did say she wanted to forget about ballet. Alright then, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them over in a fit of rage. Weren't even in this room. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't have done that. Ah yes. Displayed in this cabin too. Rules of passage. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. That would be an awful idea. I just hope Seaman Stroganev doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah. So do I. Have we checked under... Can we check under this? No. Can we check this? No. Anything here? Nope. Nope. There's nothing else that I can check. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. With the bolts drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack through the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. There's nothing else I can check. And yet I feel like there's something I can check, but there's really nothing else I can check. I thought maybe there'd be something on the floor, but this room is just a room. But there's nothing I can do out here, unless... Oop. A banner next to the vent? I don't think it let me check the banner. I'll take a double check, but I'm pretty sure the banner's not letting me touch it. Oop. Oh no, it did. Okay. It's like there's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin too. Guess I was on the wrong spot when I hovered over it. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't oh my god. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We didn't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! And that's everything I could have checked. So, I'm going back in the hallway and going to bother, what's his name? The Sherlock. Herlock. Airlock. Herlock. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. What are you doing there, Mr. Holmes? Lyra, lyra, lay. Tra-la-la, lyra, lyra, lay. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What? What is it? You wanna... Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop. So figuring now is a good time as any. Look at this man, he's ready to go, he's ready to do fisticuffs. I very nearly dropped to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewman, who is usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Oh, wow. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off-stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes. Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure of something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's logs in your mental file. A record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. That wouldn't make any sense, even if the dude... I feel like the dude doesn't even sleep if he has to report constantly like that. Oh. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliance. Okay, man. You can stop laughing. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. This is now the 3rd time this has been mentioned. Once is fine. 2 times is suspicious. 3 times, you're gonna have to start questioning why are people getting headaches. There's a pipe here too? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san. You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. 4 times. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Yeah, see, now I'm like... why? Oh, God. Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance, blah 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 blah, doesn't appear to be around, but we checked it already. There must be something still that I missed in there, right? Huh? Why did the alarm go off? Ugh, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What? What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Soviets launched a nuke. That's as soon as I heard that, I'm thinking of Mental Omega. I'm thinking of Red Alert 2. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Oh, damn, this place is fucked up now. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a full stop. My goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quick! Unbolt the door, quickly! How did it get bolted? The bolt? How did that happen? I mean, that shouldn't have locked, right? The door was bolted. Did you do that, Suzato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... Man, look at all the books. They're just like they were before. Oh. I think I figured out what happened. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. I'm starting to think there's a ghost in here. Nah. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Yeah, I think I figured out what happened. It's a pretty good guess, considering what I just saw there. It's amazing how I didn't even consider that either, because, I mean, why would you? Somehow, the door to the cabin we're in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder dressed in all black. You are the devil. Sorry, me. I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. And he is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Oh my god, this woman. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. Why the hell this place has a cell? Every ship has a brig. They always have this kind of stuff. Yeah, they have a brig. Usually it's like 4 cells max, maybe 2. 2 to 4 cells. I don't think there's many ships that only have 1. It's in case they ever have unruly passengers and they're out in sea, right? What are you gonna do? You gotta put them somewhere, right? This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to... Huh? Well, whatever that Russian word means, I don't know what it means. Ugh, it's no use, she's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will. I doubt this guy is gonna listen either. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well... Enough! You are guilty. Ship cell is the only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. I bet you if I were to look right... Or, I'm sorry, look left. I bet the detective isn't here. Or, Holmes. Holmes? Sholmes. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face would be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior. I need a hero! I knew it! I fucking knew that he would be there on the left side. But why is he even hanging like that? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. I didn't even realize he had the fucking tiara on him. Have I not told you that I, as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't a mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook, then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Ugh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. He looks good with the tiara, though. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from the great detective can mean one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning. We found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door is bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as 3 tree trunks. Thick arms to punch bears with. It is suggested that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for all you to see will shock you to your cores. And behold! What? What the? It's a snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. A croba. Wait, is that your pet? Nina? Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think is the case. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the stripes band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are 2 conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number 2. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Well, there goes my guess. She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hits the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake cord around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh boy, it's another one of these. Intruder's identity. So it really was the snake, then? Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, in and behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sleuth skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared that the young gentleman was about to lose his life as the speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sleuths its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Topic 2. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I had been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Absolutely not a venom. If it was a venom, they would find it in the autopsy, or the post-mortem report that they had, and they tested for some poisons. Now, if we take that as a fact, we could reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene, it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. It doesn't make sense there. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. Definitely not the traveling case. At least I don't think it was a traveling case. It would be in the wardrobe. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that you... Wait a minute, no, it would be under the... You know what, I'll figure it out later. It came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you would use to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with the whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending its existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Not quite this time. Death by venomous snake bite? I'm still gonna... I don't think it was the snake, to be honest. But we'll see. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Did I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before... Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Even though I'm running out of voice. I'm running out of steam over here. Well, good. First of all... Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well-informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treats to encourage her pet to do your bidding. How about the dead rats outside? Milk was merely an example the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? It's the vibrations. I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in those cabins. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had any part in this. So downtrodden. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? He is really fast at doing that. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Again. Nope. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Hopefully I don't think I need to read a lot of it. That, right there. Aching heart. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, claw scratch. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal, and fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratch doesn't appear to be around here. But it's definitely that, right? Oh, please, controller.
Yes!
Claw scratch. So what scratched her, then? Did the snake scratch her? Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin? Quite naturally, he was the friend which you had boarded this vessel. That part is true. Ah, I suspected. Another telltale glance. So the friend is not the snake? It seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. It is a cat. Aw, that's so cute! Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. You better take a close look at this. Little kitty. My cat is currently sleeping on my laptop. I just want you to know that. Look at that little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling there. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit. Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. I mean, everyone's usually attached to their pet. Anyway, cat. Bam. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! Oh no! I can't do the voice anymore. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. What a name. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. It's that, bell. This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eye? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal. It's not the snakeskin, though. It's gotta be the other half of that bell that we saw. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialties. He's ever so clever forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Meow. Is that a... what is that? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at some end. I think it may be the cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That's true. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy. It got changed now to a cat's toy. Yes! Hey, that works for me, dude. Correction! Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. Cat snuck through. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yep, but that is not how he died. Truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. Tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. Ugh, I'm running out of juice. I'm on fumes right now. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. That was just the first. That was only the first topic, dude. Now we have to figure out the second topic. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Yeah, it's not the terrible venom. What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere in Kazuma-san's body. That's right, but Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of the one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Here.
Yes!
I love how they all, like, snap. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Wait, deceased body? Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck completely by accident. Ah yes, a bad fall could explain it. Rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Yeah, it's... the mark on the floor. I thought that his shoe was dragged, but it looks like now that I see the half of the bell, he probably tripped over the cat. Yeah, the mark on the floor. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Osagi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Osagi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant he lost his life. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Ms. Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Osagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. Nope. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Wasn't there another bag? Oh no, there's not another bag. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the tiara, but... Did you hide something in the basket? This is a waste paper basket, blah blah blah. Ah, I didn't think she would just try to throw the damn thing away. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Yeah.
Yes!
This is it. I thought it may be the tiara in some sense, but it's not. We've already identified the tiara once. That's right, you hid the evidence in the waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Osogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this lab's object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste papers basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Better be. I don't know, and the hunched Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be that. It's the only thing we have that makes sense.
Yes!
The Russian word for wardrobe. Yes, this is the evidence. Ahem, my dear fellow, that evidence is not? Deserves one of Miss Pavlova's trademark dismissals, I would say. Really? Oh, I even have HP that I never even knew I had. How is it not that? I hate when it's something obvious, man. I mean, the ship's log is the second thing I can think of. I guess it could be the paper seal, but if it's not the paper seal, my last guess would be the ship's log because it's missing a whole bunch of entries. I think, yes, this is the evidence, and it's not. Man. That hurts. Some of those guesses are not working for me. See, I thought it was the log, because there's nothing happening. I mean, I guess technically that is the evidence, but I don't like it. No, it's not either. It's got to be the ship's log. I only tried to throw it there because maybe it might have been it. Oh, I have a headache. The headache is happening.
Yes!
Really? It's not? What is happening here? How is that not the evidence? I don't get it. I have to go pee, like, badly. So I'm just gonna sit right there and I'll be right back. Alright, let's see what the heck. Why am I getting this wrong? Evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. What even would link them? This is... Okay, what did we said the diary, right? I don't don't remember what I presented now. Something other the cat bell? I've already presented that. I presented this, and this. Or no, did I present Kazuma's diary? You have the cat photo? I have the photo. Alright, my last choice, I guess.
Yes!
Yep, it's that one. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. Man, that's so obvious, too. That's the worst part. The truth has caught up with you, Ms. Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Would have been your second guess. Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Man, why does that feel like something could easily happen in real life? Falling over a cat would probably happen to somebody. It probably has happened to somebody. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. At that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again, by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in the diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a that to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Oh yeah, I've seen Zoe do that. So there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Ooh. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Borea is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Osagi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darker is nowhere here to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I waked this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? It's his? No, it's not. Is it? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship? On board this ship. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirochko. Huh? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friends? Without someone who understands? Can't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Chat, even I don't think I could do that. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Berduchko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. What? It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see his big smile. And you feed him. What? Milk, I suppose? He wait that long to say that? I mean, he was being... I mean, look at him. Ah! Like they say, milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Petrushko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Now I know what the trap is for. Ah. Oh. So, is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Something says top of the food chain, like the look in their eyes right now. Why is Sholmes in shambles? It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My Pirochko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. A fucking accident. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodl? Fortunately, there is some truth to what she just said. Because how did Wardrobe get on... Oh, wait a minute. There's still the matter of why is everything knocked over, and there was a little theory that I had earlier about that. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. I'm sorry, I'm a distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. How do you manage to do that? When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yep. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Imagine your best friend die and people think you're the culprit. It's awful to think that. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed to his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. No. I had a theory earlier, and I'm wondering if that's true. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Oh hey, I got my HP back. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
Truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. It is not a simple language. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. Russian looks almost as hard as Portuguese, Brazilian. Nah, I can't. That's why I'm not great with languages. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Suzaru-san has noticed it too. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I actually don't know which one it'd be right now because my brain is starting to fry. I can feel my brain, like, exuding steam right now. The only thing I can think of right now is this, where there is nothing to report. And that's the only way I can prove it.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Absolutely nothing. Starting to see how Cosmo's death really happened, I think. I think that you're starting to see nothing of the sort, and that evidence was to prove it. Look at Discord. How you turned? Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm feeling right now. That GIF is perfectly encapsulating what I feel right now. I don't know. You mean this paper seal? I haven't tried it yet, no. I ended up trying the ship's log. I was looking at two different things, the collar pin and the paper seal. The last thing would be this mark on the floor, but I think it's the paper seal if I'm gonna be honest.
Yes!
No, it's not it. Man. You know what? I really do think it's this. Because of the scuff mark.
Yes!
I was right. It was the scuff mark. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor, but that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in that cabin was young student died, and you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details, but I don't know Russian and there's no way I would have left that message. Not would have, there's no way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Oh hey, you got the snake off. Stroganev. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. Now he's defending her? What the fuck? Yeah, And why... I don't know. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into the cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. There's one thing they're still missing, though. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors, and yet it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Come on, that's not gonna work. Red, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as no one would expect to find on any modern as one would expect to find on a modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, and with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magic could have been used. She said that. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so how could you shift it onto me like that? Wow, throw me under the bus right off the bat. Anyway, he's got a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it into you, without laying a finger on it. Yeah, there is a way. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind being used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the signs of the telling method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Is it actually in this room? I don't see it in this room, though. It's not, yeah, I don't see it in this room. And I can't shift the, can't shift it over there. Magic, of course. No. It's just that I don't see the way it's... I mean, there is a way, but it's not, maybe I'm not supposed to be able to shift it. Anyway, it has to do with this.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It was a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. Are you following yet, Zyrek? Do you have an idea of what happened? Because I sure as hell do. I believe, yes, it's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah, it was very obvious just after the emergency stop the ship made earlier. No, my mood right now is head empty, no thoughts. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, yes. That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. The ship moves? The ship stopped. Someone pressed the emergency button to stop the ship. And guess who did it? Or the force of ineptio, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, the SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves have toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Silent as ever. Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually summoned from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. That sort of button is almost compelled to press to satisfy it's compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. I can't believe that. I can't believe that he did that. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. Oh, what we now must consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Burya is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? You do have the ship log that has nothing logged. Imagine you design a log in a ship that could be opened with the swing of a ship. With the swing of the ship. That would kinda suck. Or even lock. It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel? Log.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganev. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? This is mine. It is mine. You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, It's clear that under normal circumstances you're at the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes, but from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. He pressed as well? I don't know if he pressed the button. Something sufficiently insignificant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently that the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Oh no, that's a good point. However, everyone has a headache. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all suffered with it. Yup. Oh, yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. That's right, my head's been throbbing today too. Hey, same. I have a little tiny headache too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah, sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? The victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Is it? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? Was it fucking undercooked then? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passenger's light had been tampered with. Tampered with by an addition of a sulfuric designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Huh? A sleeping drug? You mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sho means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal with every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug that would certainly be impossible unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Wow, that's a very deep claim. That's a hefty claim. Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. for aiding and abetting a renegade. Are you kidding? Seaman. Not seaman. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. I don't either. I didn't know the entire ship was in part of this. You're right, we put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Burra slept soundly. But unfortunately, that poor... I just noticed this tie is a fish. Is it a fish? Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained, so if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. You're right, it is a fish. Were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yep. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought an entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Oh boy. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Oh, man. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears, no. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh no, not another one. Ugh. Your assistance, please. With what exactly? Observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two Observation? If you remember Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that showed someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What suggests that someone was there on the scene of crime? What would suggest that? Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Oh, I'm gonna present that ink stain.
Yes!
That Ina stain. Ina ink stain. Takodachi stain. Oh man, I'm so tired, dude. Stroganev, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, taco stain. Exactly. I don't know where the dirt came from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? So it was him? It would appear the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. A very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stragonov's uniform, and I think what waited is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Stroganov's uniform really is. Do I actually have... I mean, this is... Oh, there. Just right there. It literally says in purple ink. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't be possible to have stained your uniform in that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin, in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Biff. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. He was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. Sounds like steak? Wow. There's a lot of cow references in this game, isn't there? The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin, then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you don't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. I believe you. Well, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Looks like it. Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly, and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on this matter? I have no fucking clue. Kazuma tripped and fell, then by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Part of the photographic print seems unnatural. I have no idea. The finger? Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, that would be the most obvious right now. Sorry, my brain is... I think my brain is on fire right now. I'm gonna say it's the finger, then. The word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing for yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as a victim appeared to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. The only thing I can think of is his neck. Or his other hand. Yeah, his neck doesn't look broken in this photo. That was my first initial guess, but I'm like, is that really the guess? I have to try it. I don't know. It must be here. Nope, that's not it. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. In order to crucial point, it could be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Alright, yeah, I'll try that.
Yes!
Alright, if we really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yep. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though we were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty in investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear? I have no idea. Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. My reaction to fall isn't to open my hand, actually. My reaction to falling would be to open my hand. Well, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Oh. Well. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. Very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? That is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. I need to use my forearm and close my hand so I don't hurt my hand. Man, that sounds really painful to think about. Ask yourself, what did that little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Can I poke her other ear? There you go. It came from that ear.
Yes!
Hi, Zoe. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah, I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's one logical conclusion. Do you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? No way that she actually murdered him, right? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day... Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. Nothing worked. Darker would not come back. Knock knock. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Ugh. A young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. That's Kazuma. That sounds like Kazuma. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No! I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I've read that your ballet company was forming in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Meow. Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Oh... I pushed him. Wow. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. I can't believe that I thought she didn't murder. I thought it was going to be all an accident. So that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door shaking like leaves. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." That was not an accident. Nope, it was not an accident. So you decided to help, and that's where you arranged it in Kazuma's cabin, and look what it gave. I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger cabin next door. Yep. Yes. I went to the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway and Wardrobe still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to right floor. I wrote about the wardrobe, that the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what did the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin, I didn't notice the other path. It looks like she tried to just push him, but not kill them. Still, even the law does not save you from accidental deaths like that, because you still pushed him to his death. And the crew is complicit with this. Then Angel went back to her cabin. I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. I know, it's still a crime. Yep. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burr did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact he'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? He's gonna come and grab me. Or grab him. Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was gonna pull the cord. He was gonna make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san? Sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. Oh, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? This right here, man.
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ms. Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for your finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry, really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Yeah, fucked up. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. Damn. That's what I mean, that she didn't intend to kill him. Yeah, it wasn't her intention. But it still happened. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach the Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to reparate her? I can't pronounce that word right now. Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration officer and sort it all out. So Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. Let's see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all, and couldn't really expect any different. Case 3 is when the fun really begins? Oh man. So you should go back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun, then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Suzato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me that I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I would do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Where the hell did the cops come from? Huh? Motherfucking Sholmes. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? Fucking why this motherfucker? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. You motherfucker. He thinks this is funny? You think this is funny? It's not funny. How's your face? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. I don't... The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But, as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. You let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Of course, it's just you just have to become a lawyer in a month. What could go wrong? Everything. Lawyers take, like, what, 10 years to learn everything? Man. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I feel like that's the first time I've seen her smile like that. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled Spectre friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. Numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness, yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Winning a case against an expert lawyer? I mean, was it a fluke? I don't know. Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all arbor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. It's not his first rodeo being blamed. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything and all to make it up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Master Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I don't think she can. Oh, well, there you go. I'd be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. I knew that you might have it. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Kurama. Wow, Karama. Karuma. Karama? It's a great sword and had been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always. So then, Miss Sasato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Rest in peace. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Karuma, yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. Huh? 3 times? Wow, I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. You didn't know she had such a kink? No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door is locked from the in- No! I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. But she kept number. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. God damn. It's apparently called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me in the technique of your arresting throw. Is he really gonna get thrown? Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Wait, what? Sorry? What me? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. What? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? Karuma. That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a litter of regulars, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two, not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in the Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What is that mission? Wait, I'm pretty sure that reads Ryunosuke. I don't know, man. That important thing he had to do, I still don't know what that was. Yeah, I don't know what this mission that he received was. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Ryunosuke. I don't know, but it's finally over. That took 6.5 hours, man. Oh, I'm so freaking tired. Not Nos, I don't know. Alright, so next week we will start tackling episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. But I'm not gonna have 6.5 hour streams. I might reduce these streams down to like 2 or 3 hours right now, or next week, just so I don't fucking kill my voice. Because right now my throat is not happy. Not happy. You can even tell. You can tell how raspy my voice is becoming. And no amount of water is really helping. Oh, man. Ugh. 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 This reminds me of the Dangan in all ways. In the end, the chapter's too exhausted, no brain. Dude, I've lost my brain power. Like right now, I'm sitting. I've been sitting on my chair with my back super up against it at this point. Just like, oh shit, Christ. Somehow I remember the 7-hour MO streams. Yo, I could do MO streams because I felt like I wasn't talking continuously. But these visual novels, you're stuck talking, speaking continuously. One time I got exhausted to the point that I felt exhausted even the next day. Jesus, I hope that doesn't happen to me. But I'll make sure to get some early sleep because I have work tomorrow. I think, right? Tomorrow's Monday? Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. Alright. I will figure. Only they voice all the lines, and you wouldn't have to. It would be nice if they did. Now I also have a headache too. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. I will figure out a schedule for this week, but I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna just remain the same. The same games. Yeah. Ugh. I'll take a look at stream suggestions later. For now, thank you guys for watching. If you're watching this in the future, come join Discord. Hi Zoe. Come here. Come here, Zoe. Alright. Come join Discord and I will see you on the next stream, which is probably Tuesday. Unless I decide to cancel it, because honestly, it's kind of hard to stream and work at the same time. But we'll see what we have. Right now, I don't feel like doing anything. All right. Okay. Have a good morning, everyone. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening. Have a good night, and take care of yourselves. Bye bye.